Good morning, good morning, good morning. Welcome to another edition of Ronan Anonymous Plays, guys. This is your host, Ronan Anonymous, speaking. You can call me Ronan for short. And yes, today we're going to be playing a different one. So, let's see here.
Energy_bar. Welcome to my channel.
Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. How you doing today, Energy Bar? We're giving out energy to everybody. So, yeah, without further ado, let's go jump right into the action of DayZ. But first, we're going to hop into Hellcat's Den. Yeah. So here we go. Right. All right. here we are in Hellcat's Den. Ooh, ah. Dun, 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 dun. Right. Ah. Oh boy. Right. Nine. Yeah.
Who's that Pokemon?
Hmm. Ah. Oh, they've grown now. Nice. Man, why is it so friggin' hot?
Who's that Pokemon?
Oh my gosh, they added car damage. What? Why would you add car damage? Wow. Oh my gosh. Alright, guys, so we're gonna be playing Project Zomboid. Ugh. Mm-mm. Ugh. Alright. Let's see what we got here. I remember there was a box of paper clips. Is it done? Oh, nice. Okay. Next. All right. Du- du- du. Du- 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 du.
Energy_bar. Welcome to my channel.
Well,
Lila we see. Welcome to my channel.
Welcome,
Shonen
sir. Ah, yes, yes. Shonen Mitbevol.
Cheer 11.
Ah. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, Shin. Ah. Oh, that's. I am going to put my weapons here. So how are you today, Wissy? How are you today? Right, let's try to sew
Who's
and
that
wraps.
Pokemon?
Ooh. No, I look like a fighter. Look at the damage it can do, and it's lighter than a firefighter's axe. All right, let's sleep. What time is it? 12:46. Oh, I thought it was many actions at the same time. Shit. Fucking asshole. God damn, that wood axe is so slow. And wood axe is so slow.
Who's that Pokemon?
The firefighter axe was faster. My God. Piste kang yatay ka.
Pokemon!
Damn it. Oh yeah. guys, so I'm gonna go and have my lunch. So here we go. And yep, I'll be back with some food, so don't you guys go away. And enjoy the show. Alright, so enjoy the show, guys. Here we go.
Hey there, beauties and bees! Welcome back to the show. What a great day to talk about some spooky urban legends that you might never have heard about. Did you know there is a way to clap that could curse someone to death? At least that's what millions of people in Japan believe. I want to show you, but I don't want to curse you guys, so I'll just explain. In the past 15 years, a curse has swept through Japanese entertainment, talked about so much on internet forums, dramatized on TV horror shows, feared by idols and celebrities. They call it urahakushu, and that translates to the reverse clap. Some say it destroyed the career of a legendary producer. Others claim it predicted deaths, possessed the living, and left a trail of tragedy through Japan's entertainment world. Is it real or just a superstition? We're about to find out. Today, we're diving into the reverse clap curse. Let's begin. Every culture has its own relationship with death, right? Its own rules, its own rituals. And in Japan, there's the saying, Shinderu hito wa nandemo sakasama. It translates to, when it comes to dead people, everything is reversed. Everything is reversed. What does that mean? For example, a kimono or yukata, those traditional Japanese robes, they are normally worn with the right side wrapped over first. But for the deceased, it's the opposite, left over right. Even their shoes get switched to the wrong feet. All of it done deliberately so the living can tell the dead apart from everyone else. There's even this chilling tale about a couple driving home late one night after a summer festival. They're laughing, singing, flirting, just having a good time. Then they spot this boy on the side of the road wearing a yukata. So the girlfriend tells her man to pull over, maybe offer the kid a ride. But instead of stopping, the boyfriend just speeds up, doesn't say a word, just floors it. The girl is furious. She cannot believe the person she loves would do something so heartless. But then, in this quiet, shaky voice, he finally speaks. Did you see his yukata? It was backwards. He wasn't human. Which is creepy, right? But today's story isn't about yukata or ghost shoes. Today's story is about how something as simple as a clap, just putting your hands together, can bring malice into someone's life, can destroy someone's career, or maybe even worse. Now, is this scientifically proven? No. Could it all just be coincidence? Maybe. But when the same pattern keeps showing up over and over again, you'll start to wonder, is it really coincidence? Or is there something darker at work? So let me tell you about a man named Tsunku. If you're into J-pop, you've probably heard of AKB48. But have you heard about Morning Musume? Back in the day, they were massive. They were the nation's girl group, kind of massive. They had subunits, graduated members who went on to have huge solo careers and made their own names in the industry. Just like AKB48 had Aki P and how Twice had JYP, Morning Musume had Tsunku. This guy was a genius, a producer, a songwriter. He created hits that broke records. But before all that, he was actually in a rock band called Sharankyu. At a time when not many Japanese bands were doing their style of music, they blew up. They had chart-topping hits and sold millions of records. Tsunku achieved everything. Success with Sharankyu, legendary status with Morning Musume. He did it all while he was young. He was living the dream. And then everything came crashing down. In his prime, Tsunku was diagnosed with laryngeal cancer of the voice box. For someone whose entire life revolved around music and producing, whose career was built on his voice, this was devastating. He tried everything, the best doctors, every treatment available. At one point, the cancer actually shrunk down to almost nothing. They thought maybe he'd beaten it, but it came back. And in 2015, Tsunku made the hardest decision of his life. To survive, he had to remove his vocal cords entirely. His voice, that famous husky voice that had defined his career, was gone forever. He couldn't sing anymore. He could barely speak. Everything he'd worked for, everything he'd built his identity around, silenced. But here's where he showed his strength. Tsunku didn't give up. He stayed in the industry, working behind the scenes as a producer, creating music, managing artists. A tragic story, but an inspiring one about resilience. Nothing was wrong with his story. Nothing strange. Until years later, when an old video was re-examined. Around 2008, internet forums in Japan started buzzing about something called the reverse clap, a gesture of death, a curse hidden in plain sight. As the urban legend spread like wildfire, people began looking back through old footage, and that's when someone found it. A Sharankyu television appearance from 1997, nearly 2 decades old. An occult blogger made a shocking claim that sent the Japanese internet into a frenzy. The video went viral overnight, and suddenly a fear that had been building in Japan's online horror communities exploded into mainstream consciousness. It was just a normal TV appearance, bright set, cheerful MC, Tsunku as the guest. There was even a studio audience, clapping and laughing at all the right moments. When Tsunku walked out, they applauded enthusiastically, which is standard stuff. But then, if you looked closely at the screen, you could see it. 2 pairs of hands clapping in a very strange way. So a normal clap is simple, right? Your palms come together. That's it. But these hands, they were clapping with the backs of their hands facing each other, like they'd reverse the whole motion. It looked unusual. It looked very unsettling. It was something that in Japan is considered one of the biggest taboos you can break. But where does this curse come from? One theory is particularly chilling. Some say it originates from drowning victims, people who died in water. Their hands become so waterlogged, so swollen and bloated that they can't clap normally anymore. So when their spirits return, when they come back to pull others into the depths with them, they celebrate their new companion the only way they can, by clapping with the backs of their hands. A twisted applause from the drowned, welcoming you to join them in death. And Tsunku isn't the only person people believe fell victim to this curse. So let me tell you about Masao Yoshi. Yoshi is a comedian, and he shared this story during one of those summer paranormal TV specials, where everyone takes turns telling ghost stories and creepy experiences. When it was his turn, he remembered something from way back when he was just starting out, his major television debut. So let's picture the scene. Yoshi's standing there, nervous as hell, waiting for filming to start. He's looking around, taking everything in because this is all brand new to him. In front of him, not too close but not too far, there is an assistant director, an AD, working on something, arranging equipment, doing his job. Since everything about being on a TV set is unfamiliar, Yoshi can't help but stare. He's just watching this guy work. And then suddenly the temperature drops. At first, he thinks it's just the air conditioning cranking hard in the big studio. But this cold feels different. Still, the lights are bright, everything looks normal, so he brushes it off until he notices something on the AD's shoulders. 2 spots, one on each shoulder. They weren't there before, and before was literally just seconds ago. But for some reason, Yoshi can't look away. His eyes are locked on those spots, like something's calling to him. And then the spots start growing, changing, transforming into something he can't quite explain. 2 pairs of eyes staring directly at him. Yoshi tells himself it's just his imagination, stage fright messing with his head. So he forces himself to look away and waits for the rehearsal to start. The rehearsal goes fine, no problems. Once he gets comfortable with the cameras, the tension melts away. By the time they're ready for the actual filming, he's relaxed, professional. Now, in most TV shoots, the staff, especially the floor director and assistant directors, they line up across the talent, sometimes facing the live audience. And that is exactly what happened. The staff lined up in front of Yoshi and the other performers. And that same AD ends up standing right there, directly in front of him. Yoshi looks at him. The guy seems fine now, normal. Those eyes on his shoulders, gone. But behind the AD, there are 2 children standing. A girl on his left, a boy on his right. This strikes Yoshi as weird immediately. The other audience members are all seated in their designated spots, and usually kids aren't even allowed at these comedy show tapings. The content's too mature for them. Then things get stranger. The girl keeps staring at the AD, and as she stares, the AD starts coughing violently. When the boy reaches out and touches the AD's shoulder, the guy jerks his body, rolling his shoulders like they're stiff or cramping. Yoshi's distracted now. His curiosity's eating at him. Whenever the camera swings away from him, he glances over at the AD, just to make sure he's not losing his mind. And every time he looks, they're still there. The boy and girl touching the AD's shoulders, staring at him. The AD keeps coughing, keeps wincing, keeps trying to work out that stiffness. Thankfully, the shoot wraps up without any major incidents. You know how it goes at the end. Everyone says, "Otsukaresama deshita." Thanks for your hard work. Smiles all around. The cast thanks the audience. Standard procedure. And that's when Yoshi sees it. Among all the audience members clapping for the cast and crew, 2 pairs of hands catch his attention. The boy and the girl. They're applauding, but not normally. They're clapping with the backs of their hands. Now, at the time, Yoshi thinks maybe their palms are sore or something, some innocent explanation. But the image won't leave his mind. He can't stop thinking about what happened in that studio. Who were those children? What did it all mean? And he remembers hearing something once, a story about a taboo, something about a way of clapping that people are terrified to break. So finally, he works up the courage to visit an acquaintance of his, someone who works with spiritual practices, a shaman. He tells her everything, the spots on the AD's shoulders, the eyes, the 2 children, the strange way they clapped. And as he's telling the story, the shaman just freezes. Her face goes pale. Her eyes go wide. "Can you repeat that?" she asks. "Repeat what?" "The hands. Show me how they clapped." So Yoshi demonstrates. He puts his hand together, backs facing each other, just like he saw. The moment he does it, a chill runs down his spine. He just made a simple gesture, but the air in the room shifts. The shaman's face shifts. She looks deeply concerned. The AD, she says quietly, is he okay? Is he still alive? The question throws Yoshi completely. What does that even mean? It's just a gesture, right? But then it all starts clicking into place. He remembers the children doing that gesture, remembers them touching the AD, remembers how his body reacted, the coughing, the stiffness. And then the shaman explains, Shinderu hito wa nandemo sakasama. When it comes to dead people, everything is reversed. This gesture has a name, urahakushu, the reverse hand clap. In the world of onmyoji, practitioners of divination based on yin, yang, and the 5 phases in Japan, the palm represents yang, life, the sun, positive energy. The back of the hand, that represents yin, death, darkness, negative energy. So when you clap normally, palms together, you're harmonizing with the sun. It's auspicious. It's the same gesture used in Shinto prayers. It brings good fortune. But clapping with the backs of your hands, that's ominous. It's seen as an act of cursing someone. In fact, the reverse hand clap is said to be used in black magic. Now here's what's interesting. While the cultural framework is ancient, the yin-yang philosophy, the concept of reverse things for the dead, the reverse clap curse itself emerged as an urban legend in Japan in the late 2000s. It started appearing on 2Channel, Japan's massive anonymous message board, around 2008. Horror stories, strange encounters, whispered warnings. Then it exploded. By 2011, detailed stories were being posted on occult forums. And then came 2013, the turning point. A horror storyteller named Tanaka Yoshiyuki entered a televised competition called the Kaidan Grand Prix, basically the Olympics of Japanese ghost stories. His tale about the reverse clap, which he called abekobe, meaning backwards or opposite, won the entire competition. Millions watched. Overnight, the reverse clap went from internet whispers to mainstream horror. Then comedian Shimada Shuhei, famous for both hand reading and ghost stories, began sharing reverse clap tales on TV shows. His version, about a couple visiting haunted spots, the girlfriend slowly possessed by spirits until she joyfully doing the death clap, became one of the most retold horror stories in modern Japan. Within just a few years, everyone in Japan knew about it. Real or not, the fear became very, very real. In Yoshi's story, those children were essentially saying to the AD, die. We want you to die. Come meet us in the afterworld. Nobody knows what happened to that AD, but this story became proof to many people that the curse is real. Some occult researchers go even deeper. They point to the Kojiki, one of Japan's oldest texts, written over 1,300 years ago. In it, there's a deity named Kotoshironushi, who, when forced to give up his land to other gods, performs something called Amano Sakate, the heavenly reverse hand, before vanishing into the realm of the dead. It was an act of defiance, an act of cursing those who wronged them. Whether this ancient gesture evolved into the modern curse, or whether people are just simply connecting dots across centuries, well, that's the question. We don't know. And it's not just Yoshi's story. Stories circulate all over Japanese internet forums, like Nogisaka 46 member Hori Miona, who reportedly cried during filming of the variety show Nogi Bingo 4 because someone did the reverse clap during the show. She was so shaken that she begged them to stop, visibly distressed by the gesture. The fear in her eyes was real. The tears were real. And there's another story about an idol group. Their name's been kept anonymous. Back in their training days before debut, one of the girls jokingly did the reverse clap at her friend. For debut, one of the girls jokingly did the reverse clap at her friend. Just messing around, nothing serious. and that friend was later found dead, tragically. Then during one of their performances after their debut, a staff member saw something strange. A woman in the audience who looked eerily like the girl who died. Same face, same outfit, the exact one she'd been wearing when she died. The staff member thought maybe it was just someone who looked similar, a coincidence. Until the performance ended and everyone started applauding the group. The woman stood there applauding too, with the backs of her hands. Now, is this story real? That's debatable. The authenticity is questionable, but here's what matters. Even today, people in Japan avoid doing the reverse clap, even as a joke, even when they're just fooling around. Why did this particular curse capture Japan's imagination so completely? Maybe because it's so simple. Anyone can do it. Anyone can see it. It doesn't require secret knowledge, special training, or occult artifacts. Just a twisted gesture, hiding in plain sight among normal applause. In a culture already deeply sensitive to death omens and sakasagoto, the reverse things, the reverse clap hit a nerve. That said, some people still test it. They want to see if the stories circulating online are true. Some even do it during summer courage tests, like it's all just fun and games. But here's where it gets interesting. Skeptics have a point. They note that these curse stories only started circulating after people got sick or had accidents. That Charam Q video, it was from 1997, but nobody called it cursed until Tsunku's cancer diagnosis in 2014, 17 years later. So it could be a classic case of retrofitting a narrative, they say, looking for patterns after the fact, confirmation bias in action. The believers counter differently. Maybe, they say, we just weren't paying attention. Maybe the warnings were there all along, hidden in footage we'd seen 100 times. Maybe we only noticed once it was too late, once the curse had already done its work. And that's the thing about curses, isn't it? You never know if they're real until something happens. And by then, it's too late to take it back. So what do you think? Are all these tragedies just coincidence? Random bad luck that happened to follow a pattern? Or is there something more to the reverse hand clap? Something darker? Something real? And what would you do if you saw someone clapping at you in that strange, backwards way? Let me know in the comments below, and that is the end of tonight's story. See you guys soon, and until then, bye-bye. Hey beauties and beasts! Our late night skincare story time is on. So gather around, bring your serums, pour yourself a drink, and let's unwind. Tonight's story will make you question just how far people will go in the name of science and what it really costs to become a doctor. This happened to a woman named Rena. And if that name sounds familiar, yes, it's that Rena, the same girl who saw the pregnant woman in the blue dress from the other episode. Well, she sent me another crazy story, so I really had to share this with you guys. Back then, Rena was a medical student, just another sleepless soul trying to survive anatomy class. So when she bought a set of human bones for her studies, she didn't think twice. Everyone did it. But what she discovered about where those bones came from changed everything. Because sometimes the pursuit of knowledge doesn't just cost money. It costs a piece of your peace. Let's begin. 15 years ago, Rena was offered something most students only dream of, a scholarship to study medicine in Bangladesh. This was it, her chance to become a doctor, to save lives, to make a difference.
_gringo.
She was excited.
Welcome to my channel.
Good morning, all.
Good morning, Miss G. Yeah, right now we're having our lunch break, and We're just watching some horror story videos to pass the time, get the appetite up and running. So, yep. If you haven't had breakfast, um, let me put this one back for you. Okay, and I hope you enjoy. So here we go.
Hey, beauties and beasts! Our late night skincare story time is on. So gather around, bring your serums, pour yourself a drink, and let's unwind. Tonight's story will make you question just how far people will go in the name of science and what it really costs to become a doctor. This happened to a woman named Rena. And if that name sounds familiar, yes, it's that Rena, the same girl who saw the pregnant woman in the blue dress from the other episode. Well, she sent me another crazy story, so I really had to share this with you guys. Back then, Rena was a medical student, just another sleepless soul trying to survive anatomy class. So when she bought a set of human bones for her studies, she didn't think twice. Everyone did it. But what she discovered about where those bones came from changed everything. Because sometimes the pursuit of knowledge doesn't just cost money, it costs a piece of your peace. Let's begin. 15 years ago, Rena was offered something most students only dream of, a scholarship to study medicine in Bangladesh. This was it, her chance to become a doctor, to save lives, to make a difference. She was excited, terrified, determined all at once. But here's the thing about medical school that they don't put in the brochures. It's not just hard because of the workload or pressure. Sometimes it's hard because of who or what you're studying with. Rena landed at one of the most prestigious medical colleges in Dhaka, surrounded by the brightest students in the entire country. These weren't just smart kids who did well on their SATs. These were the survivors of brutally competitive entrance exams, the kind where thousands compete for maybe 50 spots. And Rena, she was the foreign student, the one who came in through the international quota. So you can imagine how that felt, like walking into a room where everyone's already fluent in a language you're just learning to speak. But Rena was determined. She threw herself into her studies with everything she had. And in medical school, that meant getting up close and personal with death itself. In anatomy class, and if you've never taken anatomy, let me paint you a picture. You don't just memorize diagrams from textbooks. You dissect actual human organs. You stand in the anatomy hall, cutting into tissue that once belonged to a living, breathing person. You visit the mortuary and watch postmortems, observing as doctors examine the dead to understand how they died. It's intense, but it's necessary. And for most students, it's the first time they really confront the reality that we're all just flesh and bone. But Rena's story isn't about the anatomy hall or the cadavers in the mortuary.
So, side note, I also experienced that one when I was in my college years, especially in my I think it was not in my first year, because that was during the first year was how to say this. That was first semester was minor subjects. I think second I think that was in my so in my second semester of nursing. That's when I had my anatomy and physiology subject, right? So during the semester, one time during the semester, I had to go up against a cadaver. So it's a real person. You don't, yeah. Well, I mean, you cannot recognize their being a person. It doesn't look like when they're alive, but it's like dead, dead. Yeah. So in my mind, I knew that it was a human body, right? It was a human, a dead human, but it never looked human to me anymore. If you know what I mean? Why? It kind of looked like, oh, it's like a model, probably like a very well made model. So yeah, but it was a real person. So we were able to see some cadavers. Some of my classmates puked. I'm like, whoa, wow, really? Yeah. So anyway, I just put that one as a side. Let's continue.
It's about what came home with her. At Rena's medical school, students didn't just study bones in class. They bought them, real human bones, a complete skeleton, all 206 bones, for personal study in their dorm rooms. Think about that for a second. Imagine sleeping 10 feet away from someone's entire skeletal remains night after night. Back then, she told me a full set costed around 200 to 250 US dollars. Not cheap for a broke medical student, but it was considered essential. So if you wanted to pass your exams, you needed to know every bump, every groove, every tiny marking on every single bone. And the only way to really learn that was to hold them in your hands, to study them until you could identify each part in the dark. Rena saved up and made the purchase. The seller, everyone called him Mama, which means uncle in Bengali. He worked in the forensic department. He handed over the bones in this huge metal case, like an old-fashioned steamer trunk you'd see in black and white movies. It was a heavy, cold metal case. You know, the kind of case that looked like it held secrets. When Rena opened it in her room, she immediately noticed something. These bones were old, really old, and in that bone business, that matters. So when bones are fresh, relatively speaking, they have clear markings, she says. The grooves where muscles once attached are deep and well-defined. The little pits and impressions are easy to see. But as bone age, those features fade. They become smooth, worn down, and harder to read. And Rena could tell that her bones were ancient. The markings were faint, barely visible, which meant they'd been used for teaching for years, maybe decades. Passed from student to student, handled by hundreds of desperate medical students, just like her. And here's what made Rena's heart sink. Old bones were cheaper bones. She'd gotten a discount because she was buying someone's remains that had been in circulation for God knows how long. She lifted the skull out of the case and held it in her hands. The eye sockets stared back at her, empty and dark. And for just a moment, she wondered, who were you? What was your life like? Did you have a family? Did anyone miss you when you died? But she didn't have time for philosophical questions. She had exams to pass. Rena stored the metal trunk under her bed and got to work. Medical students don't sleep much. That's just a fact. During exam season, sleep becomes this luxury you can't afford. You survive on coffee, adrenaline, and sheer force of will. You study until your eyes burn and your hands shake. And when you finally collapse, it's not really sleep. It's more like your body temporarily shutting down to prevent complete system failure. Rena was one of those nerdy ones. She studied harder than most, stayed up later, pushed herself further. Night after night, she'd spread all the bones out on her bed. Femurs, tibias, the delicate bones of the hands, the vertebrae of the spine, the skull always watching from the pillow beside her. She would quiz herself until the words blurred together. Foramen magnum, zygomatic arch, iliac crest, greater trochanter. I hope I got the pronunciations right. Anyways, it was during her first year final exams when this happened. She was studying as usual, surrounded by bones, her textbook open, her notes scattered everywhere. She was holding the skull, tracing the suture lines where the cranial bones fused together, when exhaustion finally pulled her under. She didn't mean to fall asleep, but medical school has a way of making that decision for you. In the dream, Rena wasn't in her room anymore. She was sitting in the back of a rickshaw, one of those bicycle-powered cabs that weave through Dhaka's chaotic streets like water through cracks. The late afternoon sun was golden and hazy. The air smelled like exhaust fumes, street food, and that particular urban sweat that comes from millions of people living on top of each other. And she could hear the rhythmic squeak of the rickshaw's pedals, feel the bumps in the road rattling through her seat. The puller was thin, his back bent from years of labor, his shirt soaked through with sweat. She couldn't see his face. Then suddenly, everything went wrong. 2 buses, massive, crowded, moving too fast, converged on either side of the rickshaw. There was no time to swerve, no time to shout. The rickshaw was caught between them like paper in a vise, like a sandwich. The sound was horrible, metal screaming against metal, the crack of breaking wood, and underneath it all, something wet and final. The rickshaw puller's head snapped forward. Rena saw it from her seat, saw the moment the life left him, saw the blood spreading dark and quick across the pavement. And here's the thing that made this more than just a nightmare. In the dream, Rena wasn't just watching. She was there. She felt the impact. She felt the terror. It was like she was living it through his eyes and hers simultaneously. She woke up screaming. And when she woke up, her hands were wrapped around the skull, gripping it so tightly, her knuckles had gone white. The empty eye sockets seemed to stare at her. Rena dropped it like it had burned her. Her heart was hammering so hard, she thought she might be sick. The dream had been too real, too vivid. This wasn't some ordinary nightmare about buses or accidents. It felt like a memory, someone else's memory. She shoved all the bones back into the trunk, pushed it under her bed, and didn't study anymore that night. Instead, she lay awake until dawn, listening to the sounds around her, trying to convince herself that it was just stress, just exhaustion, just her brain processing too much information at once. The next morning, she sat for the exam, and she passed. But the dreams weren't done with her. Anatomy finals weren't just one test. They stretched over days, sometimes weeks, with different external examiners brought in from other medical colleges, which meant Rena had no choice. She had to keep studying. She had to keep pulling out those bones night after night, spreading them across her bed like pieces of a horrible puzzle she was being forced to solve. A few days later, she fell asleep again. This time, she'd been studying the long bones, the femur, the tibia, and she'd been holding them, feeling the weight of them, trying to memorize every ridge and bump when sleep dragged her down again. And he was waiting for her, the rickshaw puller. She recognized him immediately, even though she'd never seen his face clearly in the first dream. But now, in this dream, she saw everything. His weather-beaten skin, the lines around his eyes from squinting into the sun for decades, calluses on his hands, the worn-through knees of his trousers. He was sitting on the side of a road, and he was weeping, not just crying, weeping. The kind of grief that comes from the soul, deep and inconsolable. He was mourning himself, mourning his own death. And the worst part, the part that made Rena's chest tighten with sympathy and terror all at once, was that he seemed surprised, like he hadn't expected to die, like he had plans, people waiting for him, a life he thought would continue. In the dream, Rena wanted to speak to him, wanted to say something, anything to comfort him, or at least acknowledge his pain. She opened her mouth, and then someone grabbed her shoulder. She felt fingers, strong, urgent, desperate. She felt fingers dig into her flesh and shake her violently. Rena's eyes snapped open. She was alone, completely, utterly alone in her room. The door was locked from the inside. The window was closed. There was no one there who could have touched her. but her shoulder still ached where those phantom fingers had gripped her. She sat up in bed, surrounded by bones, her heart racing so fast she thought she might pass out. The skull was on her pillow again, though she didn't remember putting it there. In the dim light from the street outside, those empty eye sockets looked almost sad. Rena did the only thing she could think of. She prayed. She whispered every prayer she learned as a child, every plea for protection she could remember. And then she went back to studying. Because what else could she do? She had exams in the morning. She had a future to build. And if that future meant sharing her room with a ghost, then so be it. But acknowledging the ghost, even silently, seemed to give it permission. Over the next few weeks, as exam season continued its relentless march, Rena started hearing things. At night, when her dorm room was quiet and she was alone with her books and her bones, she would hear a man clearing his throat, a dry, rough cough, the sound of someone trying to get her attention without startling her. And this was an all-ladies dorm room. There were no men allowed, not even maintenance workers after dark. The sound shouldn't exist, but it did. Night after night, sometimes from the corner of the room, sometimes from right beside her bed. Once, horrifyingly, from directly behind her as she sat at her desk. And Rena developed a coping mechanism. She would pretend not to hear it. She would whisper a quick prayer under her breath, just a few words, barely moving her lips. And she would keep her eyes on her textbook. She wouldn't turn around, wouldn't acknowledge it. Because some part of her knew that if she really looked, she might see something she could never unsee. And her roommates never mentioned hearing anything. The other girls in her room seemed to sleep peacefully, unbothered by phantom coughs or the weight of the dead. So Rena just kept it to herself. She studied harder, slept less, and counted down the days until exams would be over and she could finally get rid of those bones. When the last exam was done, when she'd written her final answer and walked out of that examination hall, Rena didn't celebrate. She went straight to Mama, the bone seller. He worked in the forensic department, which meant he spent his days with the dead, documenting them, cataloging them, preparing them for burial or cremation, or, in some cases, sale to desperate medical students. So he was used to strange questions. But when Rena asked him about her specific set of bones, about who they'd belong to, he just shook his head. I don't remember. It was too long ago. These bones, they've been in circulation for many, many years. They could be from anyone. He explained what Rena already knew. Most of the bones came from unclaimed bodies, people who died alone with no family to identify them or claim them. Some were used as cadavers for dissection in the anatomy hall. Others, like hers, were cleaned and sold for study. The rickshaw pullers, Mama added, almost as an afterthought. They die in accidents all the time. Traffic here, you know how it is, very dangerous. Many bodies come through here from road accidents. Could be her bones were from someone like that. Rena felt something cold settle in her stomach. A rickshaw puller, killed in a traffic accident, caught between two buses. Exactly like the dream. She wanted to do something, wanted to find his family somehow, offer some kind of help or closure or acknowledgement. But how do you find the family of a man who died so long ago? He'd been reduced to teaching tools. How do you say, I think I've been dreaming about your dead relative? There was unfortunately nothing to be done. So Rena did what every medical student before her had done. When the new academic year started, she sold the bones to a junior student. Got her money back, minus a small loss for wear and tear. The girl took the metal trunk with a nervous smile, probably thinking the same thing Rena had thought a year earlier. This is just what we do. This is just how we learn. Rena never asked if the girl experienced anything unusual. Some part of her didn't want to know. These practices, using real human bones for medical education, they are not really done anymore, at least not in most parts of the world. Now we have synthetic models, 3D printed replicas, virtual reality simulations. The ethics have changed. We've decided that maybe there are some lines we shouldn't cross, even in the name of education. But for Rena and the thousands of students like her, this was how they learned. This was how they survived their anatomy exams and went on to become doctors. By studying death so intimately that sometimes death studied them back. Rena told me that after that year, after she finally got rid of those bones, the dreams stopped. The coughing stopped. Her room was quiet again. Just a normal dorm room in an all-ladies hostel. But she never forgot the rickshaw puller, never forgot the weight of his skull in her hands or the sound of his grief in her dreams. And she never forgot what he taught her. Not just about the structure of a human skeleton, but about the cost of the knowledge she was pursuing. Because cadavers and bones, as she learned that year, aren't just objects. They are not just teaching tools. They are people. They were people. And if you listen closely enough, they still have something to say. Rena became a doctor. She saves lives now, but she told me that every time she walks past a rickshaw, she still whispers a prayer, just in case he's listening. That is the end of tonight's story. I cannot even imagine what studying with real human bones would feel like. And it's good to know that medical students don't do that anymore. I hope you guys all liked Rena's story. Thank you so much, Rena, and I'll see you on our next episode. Until then, sleep well. Bye-bye. Hey beauties and beasts, it's time to gather around for some late night spooky story time, your favorite time of the day. And tonight's extra special because it's Halloween. Happy Halloween, guys. And isn't this so cute? I bought this thing for Halloween. We kind of look alike, right? Anyways, I'm wondering what you guys are doing right now. Maybe throwing a little Halloween party or chilling at home like me with full makeup on. I really like my makeup today. I really like my outfit today, but I have to take it off because I have nowhere to go. I have no friends. I only got you guys. So I'm here with you tonight for Halloween, which is great. It is. Yeah. Okay. Tonight for our Halloween special, I've got not one, but two true stories to share with you guys. And these stories are about things that actually happened to me back in high school in Korea, and later when I was working as a journalist. Yeah, and a lot of you have been asking me if I'm not scared talking all about these spooky stories. I mean, of course I'm scared. And some asked me if I ever had experiences with these beings. So I'm bringing that to you tonight. Okay, now I am giving you a fair warning. These are really scary real-life stories, not one of those urban legends that starts with a friend of a friend. These are things I personally witnessed with my own eyes. And even now, I still get chills just thinking about them. So let's dive right in. So before getting into my first story, let me set the scene for you. Back when I was in high school, I was incredibly sensitive, like really sensitive. I would wake up at the slightest sound, pick up on things other people didn't notice. And looking back, I think I was just completely exhausted and stressed out of my mind, which probably made me more receptive to things I shouldn't have been seeing. So I went to what's called a foreign language high school in Korea. And now if you're not familiar with the Korean education system, let me paint you a picture. These schools are pretty prestigious, like only the top students from each region get accepted after entrance exams. So you can imagine kids who were number 1 or 2 in their entire school districts suddenly finding themselves struggling to stay in the middle of the pack. Yeah, imagine taking every competitive, high-achieving student and cramming them into one building together. The atmosphere was suffocating. And this is where it gets darker. This was an all-girls school, and there were stories about girls who couldn't handle the pressure, girls who jumped from the buildings, girls who took their own lives. And before you think I'm exaggerating, you need to understand something about Korea. There is this one exam, the Korean SAT, that happens once a year, just once. And in the minds of these teenage girls, that single test determines their entire future. Get into a good university, and you're set for life. Fail, and you're doomed. That's the belief system these kids are trapped in. And now, as someone in their 30s looking back, that's absolutely insane, right? But when you're 16, 17 years old, and that's all you've been ever told, that is your entire reality. And that pressure cooker environment created something heavy in that school, something that lingered in the air, in the walls, in every corner of those buildings. So this particular story takes place during my first year there. One day, our homeroom teacher suggests something completely out of left field, a classroom camping night. So he wanted all of us to stay late, play games together, spread out sleeping bags, and basically have a sleepover in our classroom. And I guess he thought it would help us bond, help us decompress from all that competitive stress we were under. So yeah, most of the girls were excited about it, planning what snacks to bring, what games to play. But I wasn't particularly thrilled because I'm not a game person. I really suck at it. But I figured camping in a classroom, that's kind of unique, right? Could be interesting. But I had no idea what was waiting for me that night. Everything starts out normal enough. Classes end, and by around 9 or 10 p.m., we're all gathered in our classroom playing whatever games our teacher had organized. And I don't even remember what the games were. That was not the part that burned itself into my memory. What I do remember is the layout of our classroom. So we had these sliding doors, the kind that slide to the side with a rectangular window at about head height. Very typical for Korean schools. And through that window, you could see someone's head down to about their collarbone area. So we're playing games, and I'm terrible at them. I am not into it. So my attention starts to wander. And I find myself staring at the classroom door window without really meaning to. And there I see one of my classmates out in the hallway, poking her head in through the window, smiling, watching us play. And then I see something behind her, something black, something dark, and distinctly human-shaped. So at first I think maybe, I'm seeing things. Maybe it's just another student standing in the shadows. But the more I stare, the more I can make out this black silhouette standing directly behind my friend. And the way it was positioned, it wasn't just standing there casually. That feeling, how do you describe it? It felt intentional. It felt like it was showing itself to me specifically, like it wanted me to know it was there, like it had chosen this exact moment to reveal itself. And my blood runs cold. Every hair on my body stands up. I am frozen in place. And in my panic, I do something that still seems crazy to me. I take out my contact lenses right there in the middle of the game. I had terrible eyesight, and I thought maybe if I removed my lenses, everything would just blur away and I wouldn't have to see it anymore. But what happens next still haunts me. Even without my contacts, when everything else became a complete blur, that black shadow stayed crystal clear, and I was sure it was watching me. I completely lost it. I had to get out of that classroom immediately. So I grabbed one of my friends and told her I needed some air, and we decided to walk to the convenience store just outside the school gates. This is where it gets spookier, but I'll wash my face first. So as we were walking toward the main gate, I noticed something odd. There is a car parked right there, just inside the school entrance, not in the parking lot, but just literally right at the gate. And I thought it was strange. At that hour of the night, why would a car be parked there? But I didn't think too much about it. And we had to walk past this car anyway to get out of the gate. And as we get closer, I notice the interior light is on. You know, that dome light that comes on when someone's sitting in the front seat. So I'm thinking, who would be sitting in a car parked at school at that hour? My eyes drift toward the driver's side window as we pass. And there is someone in the driver's seat, a girl. She was wearing our school's summer uniform, the white short-sleeved blouse and skirt. But it was winter, dead of winter. Every single student in that school was wearing the heavy winter uniform. So why would someone be wearing the summer one? And why would a student be sitting in the driver's seat of a car? So I'm completely frozen again, but my legs keep moving forward, carrying me closer to the car because we have to pass that car to get out of the school. Something is just pulling my eyes toward it. Like, I need to see who it is. I need to see the face. And my eyes are locked on that driver's seat. And as I get closer, as the angle shifts and I can see more clearly through this window, there is no face. There is no head. From the neck up, nothing. Just the torso of a girl in a summer uniform, sitting perfectly still in that driver's seat. That interior light illuminating the empty space where her head should be. And you know that thing that happens to you when you're so terrified you can't even scream? Your voice just completely abandons you? That is where I was. I couldn't say a word to my friend. I just grabbed her arm and started walking faster. Not running, because somehow running felt more dangerous, but moved as quickly as I could toward that convenience store. And the second we got inside, under those bright fluorescent lights, my legs just gave out, just completely buckled. I had experienced sleep paralysis before, sure, but I have never, ever seen something like that. Never in my waking life. Never something so vivid and so impossibly wrong. And in that moment, I knew with absolute certainty, I cannot stay at this school tonight. I cannot do this camping thing. I need to go home right now. I turned to my friend, trying to keep my voice steady. I saw something really weird. There was someone in that car with a light on, but she didn't have a head. I need to go home. I need to tell the teacher I'm leaving. And you know what my friend said to me? What car? There was no car. What's wrong with you? I went straight back to the classroom. I found my teacher and started rambling. And I'm sure I sounded absolutely insane, telling him I needed to go home. He kept asking if I was okay, looking at me like I was possessed or something. And later that night, he even called my parents, asking them to check on me. And I couldn't tell anyone what I'd really seen. How do you explain something like that? Who would believe you? But that wasn't the end of it. After that night, I would occasionally see her, the girl in the summer uniform, reflected in windows, standing in places she shouldn't be, always wearing that summer uniform in the middle of winter, always watching. Well, maybe watching. She didn't have a head, so we can only guess. So, who was she? Was she a student who died unfairly, tragically? Why couldn't she leave the school? Why was she trapped there, wandering those hallways? Our school was really old, with a long history, so it would be stranger if there weren't any restless spirits lingering in those halls. But seeing her with my own eyes made me wonder. Because the energy I felt from this girl wasn't just strong. It was sad, deeply, achingly sad. Like she was trapped in a moment of despair that never ended. So yeah, I still wonder about her sometimes. That girl in the summer uniform with no head, sitting in a car. I don't know. Is she still there? Still wandering those halls? Still sitting in that car? I guess I'll never know. But I do know that I never stayed late at that school again. Now, that experience at my high school wasn't the last time I would encounter something I couldn't explain. In fact, my second story might be even more terrifying than the first, because this time, it didn't just watch me. This time, it touched me. This happened years later when I was working as a journalist at a major broadcast company. And let me tell you, this encounter was so terrifying that even now, years after leaving that job, I can still feel the cold pressure of hands around my throat. So this was during one of the most exhausting periods of my life. You know how people say that when you're worn down, when your energy is depleted, you become more vulnerable to things. Your spiritual defenses weaken. And I think that's exactly what happened to me during this time. I was working in the news department, and if you've never worked in broadcast news, let me explain what that's like. News doesn't sleep. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So my typical day would start at 8 in the morning, writing articles, recording segments, editing news footage. And those days didn't end at 5 or 6 like a normal job. No, I would regularly be there past midnight. And when a big story broke in the early morning hours, you just stayed. Sometimes you would go home for a few hours, shower, change clothes, and come right back. And now I don't want to make it sound like I was the only one suffering. The entire news department was like that. But I was new at the time. I was the newbie. And I think they pushed me harder because of it. The staff was huge. News assistants, directors, designers, editors, everyone working at this breakneck pace, always exhausted, always running on fumes. And because of this insane schedule, the company had set up a women's break room. So this room was equipped with several bunk beds, the kind with metal ladders where you climb up the second level. So during lunch hours, every single bed would be occupied. People grabbed whatever rest they could, wherever they could get it. And I used it all the time. The break room was on the 12th floor, if I remember correctly. On this particular night, I had just finished the evening broadcast. So it was well after hours, past the time when most people had already gone home. I dragged myself up to the 12th floor and into the break room, and it was completely empty. It was already dark outside, so I don't know, the emptiness made it feel a bit eerie, but I was too exhausted to care much. Okay, let me describe the layout for you. When you first walked in, there was a common area with sofas where staff could sit and relax. And then further back, there was a sliding door. You would slide that door open, and on both sides of the room, there were these bunk beds lined up against the wall. And most people preferred sleeping on the lower bunks, obviously, because who wants to climb a ladder when they're so exhausted? You only went up to the second level if all the lower beds were taken. That night, even though the room was completely empty and I could have chosen any lower bunk, I climbed up to a top bunk, and I had my own reasons. When you're on the lower level, you can hear everything. Every footstep, every person walking by, and I didn't want to be disturbed. I wanted complete isolation to grab whatever rest I could before diving back into work. So I climbed the metal ladder, settled into the top bunk, and closed my eyes. I couldn't have been lying there for more than a few minutes when I heard a noise. The main door opening, someone else coming in. And I thought nothing of it, just another exhausted colleague pulling a late night, same as me. I kept my eyes closed, trying to fall asleep. Then I heard the sliding door, that distinct sound of the door rolling open. Someone was coming into the sleeping area. Great, I remember thinking. So much for having the place to myself. But then something happened that made my blood run cold. I heard footsteps approaching my bunk. And then the unmistakable sound of someone climbing my ladder. That specific creaking sound metal makes when weight is applied to it. That rhythmic squeaking sound of someone coming up. And I assumed whoever it was didn't realize someone was already up there. So I kept my eyes closed, pretending to be asleep, figuring they'd see me and climb back down to find another bed. But this person or thing didn't climb back down. It stopped right at the top of the ladder. I could feel a person's presence, feel eyes on me. This thing was just standing there, staring at me. And then I felt weight on my bed. Someone was climbing onto my bunk. I could feel this thing moving up from the foot of the bed, the mattress shifting under its weight as it crawled forward. Then I felt it settle right on my shins. This thing was kneeling on my legs. And I tried to open my eyes, but I couldn't. My body refused to respond. I tried to move, nothing. I was completely paralyzed. And then came the part that still makes my skin crawl. This thing, and I say thing because by now I knew this wasn't a colleague, started swaying back and forth, kneeling on my shins, rocking like some grotesque pendulum. I wanted to scream. The scream was right there, caught in my throat, but no sound would come out. In my entire life, I had never been that terrified. You know that fear where your heart is pounding so loud you're convinced the thing can hear it? That was exactly where I was. The swaying continued for what felt like an eternity, but it was probably only seconds. And then, as if sensing my absolute horror, this thing moved. It moved fast, impossibly fast. It crawled up so fast, making this sound. In an instant, it was at my chest, then my shoulders, then my throat. I felt hands close around my neck, cold hands. The pressure was immediate and intense. It was squeezing my neck. It was choking me. I was going to die. You know, that was the thought screaming through my paralyzed body. This is how I die, strangled by something I can't even see in an empty break room on the 12th floor, and no one will know what happened to me. You know, I was so scared. I fought with everything I had, you know, thrashing against the paralysis, trying to move, trying to breathe, trying to do anything, but my body wouldn't obey. And then, just as suddenly as it started, it stopped. It was like a switch flipped. The paralysis broke, and in that same instant, I saw it. A form sliding off my legs, moving down the ladder with that same unnatural speed. It wasn't climbing, it was sliding, flowing down like water. I lay there frozen, not from paralysis this time, but from pure shock. What just happened? Was that sleep paralysis? A nightmare? But I was awake. I knew I was awake. I was too terrified to stay in that bed another second. I scrambled down the ladder, nearly falling in my panic, and that is when I noticed it. The one that leads into the sleeping area, it was open. And when I had climbed into the bed, I distinctly remembered that door being closed. I had closed it myself, but now it stood wide open. Someone, something had opened it and come in. What I experienced wasn't a dream. It was real. After that night, I never slept in the women's break room again. Not once. I'd rather work straight through exhaustion than go back to that 12th floor. I didn't tell anyone about it for a while. I mean, what would I even say? But then, one day, during a staff gathering, the conversation turned to scary experiences. People started sharing strange things that happened to them. And suddenly, that night came flooding back to me. I told them. I described everything, the presence climbing into my bed, kneeling on my shins, that horrible swaying motion, the hands around my throat. The room went silent. Everyone's face changed. "You saw her too?" someone finally said. Turns out I wasn't the first, not even close. Multiple staff members had encountered this entity. Same break room, same experience. The choking, the overwhelming sense of malevolent rage. And one colleague had gotten a better look at the form. It was a woman, she said, or at least it had been. The women's break room ghost was apparently well known among the staff, a dark secret everyone knew, but no one talked about openly. So who was she? What happened to her? And I've heard that broadcast stations are notorious for hauntings. You know, in an industry where people work themselves to the bone, where exhaustion is normalized and people regularly pull all-nighters, where stress is crushing and constant, maybe it's not surprising that some people never leave, even after death. So I'm guessing, was she a staff member who died from overwork? Did she collapse in that very break room, working herself to death? Is that why she haunts that space, unable to let go of the place where her life ended? You know, that anger I felt from her was so strong. This wasn't a sad spirit, like the girl in the summer uniform from my high school. This one was furious. This one wanted to hurt people. It's been years since I left that company, but I have never forgotten that night. The feeling of those cold hands, the absolute helplessness of being unable to move, unable to breathe, unable to scream. So there you have it, my two most terrifying encounters with things that shouldn't exist, but do. Two different spirits, two different places, but both appearing when I was at my most vulnerable, my most exhausted, my most defenseless. And I still wonder about them sometimes. The sad girl in the summer uniform, forever wandering the halls of that prestigious school. The angry woman in the break room, strangling anyone who dares to rest where she once did. I think about what happened to make her so angry. Whether she's still there, still climbing into the beds of exhausted workers, still wrapping her hands around their throats in the dark. I really hope they found peace. If you have ever experienced something similar, whether at your workplace or anywhere else, drop it in the comments. Let's share these stories, because the more I've talked about this over the years, the more I've realized these experiences are far more common than we want to admit. Okay, happy Halloween, guys, and I hope you enjoyed listening to my stories today. Sleep tight and see you soon. Bye-bye. Hey beauties and beasts, it's story time. So get your skincare ready, pour yourself a nice drink, and settle in, because things are about to get a little spooky. Tonight, we're heading deep into the forest of northwestern Connecticut, where an entire town simply vanished. No buildings, no roads, no signs, only crumbling stone foundations buried beneath decades of forest growth. The land's private owners have one rule: stay out. Police patrol it year-round, especially on Halloween, not to protect wildlife, but to keep people away from something far darker. For over 2 centuries, visitors have reported the same things: the silence, the feeling of being watched, equipment dying for no reason, and a history so cursed that by 1900, every resident was dead or gone. So welcome to Dudleytown, Connecticut, a ghost town that refuses to rest. So what happened there? Why is it called America's most haunted town? And did a centuries-old curse really follow the Dudleys across the ocean? Tonight, we uncover the truth. So let's begin. London, 1553. 15-year-old King Edward VI is dying. He has no heir, and England faces a crisis. Who will inherit the throne? By law, it should go to his half-sister Mary Tudor. But Mary is Catholic, and England has just broken from the Catholic Church. So if she becomes queen, she will undo everything. John Dudley, Duke of Northumberland, sees an opportunity. He's the most powerful man in England, ruling in the young king's name. And he has a plan to keep that power even after Edward dies. He marries his son Guildford to Lady Jane Grey, a teenage girl with royal blood. Then he convinces the dying king to name Jane as his heir instead of Mary. So when Edward dies on July 6, 1553, Jane Grey is proclaimed Queen of England, and she's just 16 years old. But the country doesn't accept it. Mary Tudor raises an army. Within 9 days, Northumberland's support collapses. Mary storms London and takes the throne by force. John Dudley is arrested for high treason, trying to steal the crown from its rightful heir. On August 22nd, 1553, he's led to the execution block on Tower Hill. He begs for mercy, but the axe falls anyway. 6 months later, Lady Jane Grey, barely 17, meets the same fate. His husband, Guildford, dies beside her. And across England, people start whispering. The Dudley family is cursed. Death will follow their name forever. Decades later, families bearing the Dudley surname cross the Atlantic to start fresh in America. In the 1740s, they settled in the dark forests of Connecticut. What they don't know is that tragedy is already waiting. The place they chose looked perfect at first. Dense forests, mountain air, untouched land. But it had a serious problem. The valley sat trapped between 3 mountains: Bald Mountain, Woodbury Mountain, and Coltsfoot Mountain. These mountains created a natural bowl that blocked sunlight for most of the day. Even at noon on a bright summer day, the forest floor stayed dim and shadowy. The settlers called it Dark Entry Forest. That name tells you everything. So here's how it happened. In 1738, a man named Thomas Griffiths bought the land planning to harvest timber, nothing more. He knew it wasn't great for living on. But 9 years later, in 1747, he sold portions of it to 4 brothers: Gideon, Barzillai, Abiel, and Martin Dudley. These weren't rich men. These were farmers looking for affordable land where they could build something for their families. Other families saw the Dudleys settling there and figured it must be decent land. The Carters came, the Tanners, the Hollisters. Within a few years, maybe 24 families had built homesteads scattered throughout the valley. But this cluster of homes was never an actual town. No official charter, no town hall, no church or school, just neighbors living near each other in the woods. But since so many Dudleys lived there, people started calling it Dudley Town. At first, everything seemed fine. Children played in the clearings between houses. Neighbors helped each other raise barns and harvest crops. There was hope, hard work, the promise of building something together. But slowly they realized the land was working against them. The soil was rocky and thin, maybe 6 inches of dirt over solid bedrock. You could barely grow anything. Crops struggled to take root. Harvests were pathetic compared to neighboring valleys. The mountains that made it feel protected, they were actually a prison. They blocked the sun, which meant spring came late and fall came early. Your growing season was weeks shorter than farms just a few miles away. Winters were savage. The valley sat at high elevation, so snow piled deep and temperatures dropped dangerously low. Wind howled through constantly. And water, despite being surrounded by forest, was surprisingly scarce and often contaminated. These were tough conditions, but frontier families dealt with tough conditions anywhere. This should have just been another struggling settlement. But then people started dying, and not the way you would expect, not from old age, not from the usual frontier hardships like disease or accidents during childbirth. They died in ways that felt off, wrong, like something else was happening here that couldn't be explained by bad farming conditions alone. So let me tell you about Nathaniel Carter. 1759, Carter moves to Dudleytown with his wife and children, hoping to build a life there. And within months, not years, months, 6 of his relatives come down with cholera. One by one, they die. All 6 of them.
All right, guys, so that's that for our lunch break. Yeah. So, let's go back to the game. Da, 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 da.
How have you been, Ronan?
I'm okay. I'm just okay. Just doing fine. Just surviving. Just trying to survive. Have we caught? Wait. Oh, 3 hours, right. Have we caught anything
I'm
in our
nearly
trap?
done painting my bedroom.
Oh, that's great, Miss G. Great. Oh. Birch mixed forest.
Just finishing off today and tomorrow order a carpet.
Ah, nice, nice. This is the old house. I like the storage in this one. See? A lot of storage. Well, if you think about it, it's not that much, but yeah. Whew. Denim strips. Look at that.
I painted half and half. White at the top and mocha up the top.
Nice.
Bottom.
Assembly, no carpentry. So is that what the stake is just made for? Miscellaneous packing. Nothing. Well, if that's the case, then might as well just. Oh my gosh, that's a long way from home. Yeah, do it like this, Ronan. So that your light foot will, I think, increase more. Getting close to what do they call this? Getting close to getting your house, the new house done. That's nice. Wait a minute. Hey? Oh. What do I have here? Oh, the firewood. No. Read that, Ronan.
ZZ Muscaz.
Must.
Welcome to my channel.
Morning.
Morning, bro. Your lunch tag is still up.
Oh, is it? Oh, right. Because I'm just on screen share, right, or on screen live. All right. No worries. No worries. Oh, excusez-moi.
Just getting ready lurking.
Nice.
Morning Muscas.
Energy_bar. Welcome to my channel. Morning at MS_gringo. Hope you're good and the sanding is finished.
Sanding is finished. Painting done apart from touch-ups.
Right. So the fire, the barbecue fire, will already have been.
That dust was horrendous.
What is this? Not feeling too good. What does that mean? Oh.
Bet it feels so fresh and nice now though.
Yeah, it does. Ordering carpet tomorrow.
I'm guessing the queasy feeling is because of the milk. I drank all of the I drank all the contents of the carton. Oh my god.
Oh, how good.
One out of 7 rooms complete.
That's alright, Miss G. At least one's done already, yeah? Oh, it's still on?
Ah well, good luck continues lol.
Well, there goes my ninja style. It's gone now. Would be better if there were leather.
Who's that Pokemon?
Oh gosh.
driving.
Drive safely now.
Stay safe and don't work too hard.
Ah, the ground. Hey there, Pidgey!
Who's that Pokemon?
The hell are the... Where did I put the leather straps? Alright. Where did I put the... Wait a minute, where were the leather straps that I've been using? Oh, there they are. Damn it! My gosh, why does it look like that? Oh well. Wait a minute. Rubber hose. Well, we're not gonna worry about that anymore. So let's see. Gonna find ourselves a new car. stop being mopey and all. You're still sad? Oh my gosh. Yep, that's silent.
D Silent Wanderer.
How you
Welcome
doing,
to my
Silent?
channel.
Welcome in.
Howdy all. Good to see you, sir.
Yep.
Morning silent.
Ooh, a lot of seeds.
Good to see you at ms_gringo. Hope you are well also.
I'm good, thank you.
Make Scarecrow. Oh. Ouch. What is that?
Lurking.
Alright, no worries.
Going into work.
You have a good one. Oh.
Who's that Pokemon?
For crying out loud, let's just get it on. Oi, Muska. Damn it. Nice. Man, you guys don't even have any. What time is it? 4:04. Okay, just a moment, guys. Just get my charger. Go.
Who's that Pokemon?
Nice egg stuff.
Yeah. Eat all of it, Ronan. What? There's still... What? Bowl of brain tin. Oh.
Your guy is not happy.
Yeah, I know. Oh, dang. Okay. Oh, man. What is making me sick? Was it the carton of milk? I'm sure it was fresh.
Who's that Pokemon?
Bill? Yahoo! Let's go out for a walk. Before we do that, record everything. I think I may have drank something. I think I may have drunk something that made me sick. So, yeah.
Oh dear, what happened?
Yeah, I'm...
No car.
I'm killing myself. Because... Yeah, that's right, that's right. Scratch yourself, boy. I will throw myself to the wolves. Wait. At least if I'm gonna die, I'll Hello, Peter. Hello. Yeah. Where are they at? Where are they? You know you want me. Wait, these vans, by the way. Do they have like? I mean, I know that the Ford Bronco style vehicles, they have 130, at least 130 capacity. How about this one? Prisoner transport? Nah, probably not. No. Oh, there's my leather gloves. God damn it, you guys broke my leather gloves. Wait. How about this kind of car?
Who's that Pokemon?
Oh, only 30? Hello, officers. Mighty fine day. Oh, god damn. You can do it. just scratched. It'll be alright. Oi. That's a deer. Jeez. Nice. What kind of draw is this? Ah, thumb draw. Nice. Oh, my friend. Oh. Okay, so for this one, if I can find some weapons in here. Another box of paper clips. Nice. Eh. Wow. Make myself sick, right? Make the most of it, right? I need to go back to the, what do you call this? All right. My God.
Who's that Pokemon?
Write it down, Ronan, before you die. Nice. All right. Yeah. Okay. Goodness me. Oh.
Wash, wash, washing.
Yep. Wash, 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 washing. Moment, guys, this might interrupt the stream a bit, but here we go. Yeah, sorry about that. The hell? Well, I scratched my... Where are you?
You ran through the bush and scratched.
Yep. Wow.
Walking through lot less chance of scratching.
It's fine. I'm intending to die out in a blaze of glory. It's fine, it's fine. I intended for that to happen. Or I intended to wait for that to happen. Hello! Orville Singh. Ah. Nice. Oh gosh. Yep. Ah. Yeah. Slow reader? I don't want to be a slow reader. slow endurance. What if I have both fast metabolism and slow metabolism? Wait, no. Oh. Oh, I can't have both. Damn it. Okay. Dang it. Hmm. Alright, let's do this. Where am I now? Oh, I forgot to... What? No. Wait, what? No. This is not the one. Project Zomboid Map.com. There. So I'm still in Rosewood. Question now is, where in Rosewood am I? I may have an idea where I am. Yep, I think I know where this is. Yeah, I know where this is. Yep.
Who's that Pokemon?
I'm home. Yep. My balaclava. Well, the gold watch can just. There you go. Woo! Yeah. Oh yeah.
Cheer 1.
Ah. Yes. Thanks, Muska. Thank you, thank you. The buckles. Where are the buckles? Where are the rest of the buckles? Ah. The buckles should be downstairs. So somehow all the negative traits, like for example, weak, out of shape, or what's that? Out of breath, weak. They're gone. What? Yeah. So it's like they compounded. I think you need to get the skills journal, Muska. Why? Let's say, for example, you get all the negative traits, right? But you also got the positive traits, so they balance each other out at the moment of creation, right? But those negative traits that you did not have in your previous life will disappear once you read the journal. I'm like, but the positive traits will stay. See? Look at that. It's like you're getting all the Now I'm thinking. Now I'm thinking. Ah. This is good. Look at that. Low weight, sure. -1 fitness, right? Okay, fine. Fast learner. Fast healer. Organized. Graceful. Well, yeah, conspicuous. The traits that you did not have, yeah, I mean, the weak trait, it's not there. Thin skin, yeah, it's fine. You know? This is nice. I love it already. The skills journal is a cheat. But no, you know what? If it's a cheat, then it should not have been allowed, right?
Laura Thompson 29 says, "Hey,
Here we go again.
Laura Thompson 29 says, "How are you doing?"
Laura Thompson, 29. Yep, doing great. Doing great, thank you. If you're watching me on Kick, welcome in. Yeah.
Laura Thompson 29 says, "Good to hear."
Nice, nice.